Hello, welcome back to another stream. Hey there. How are you all doing tonight? Hey Kevin, Alok. Are we ready to go? Just mosquitoes. Hey, Kurt. All right. So I've I've left this as we saw last stream. I haven't worked on it since then. Really wanted to. Uh, I resisted the temptation so that we can work on it together. So let's do a before we do anything, I need to add npm blog. Oh, it is added. Never mind. I just had a brain fart. Never mind. Let's run npm blog once. I should probably npm start. And off we go. Oh, it's going to the wrong browser. There we go. Need to disable that. All right. So this is where we left off last time. If you were here, you know that we got previous networking, and on a full screen it's gonna look like that, and on a smaller screen it'll collapse the sidebar, so it'll look like that. Today we are going to make it so that this is actually mobile friendly. This should be, except for the huge padding. So you can see when I go to let's say reload. All right, you can see that this is not very mobile friendly at all, which is largely due to the huge padding side trim. So what we could do here is, before I start, let's establish what we are going to do today, right? The stream title says responsiveness, animations, and deploy. So the first thing we are going to handle today is responsiveness, how to make this work good on all screens. There are some, how do I say this? There are some techniques about, like you might have heard of mobile friendly or mobile first, right, which is great. Some people follow strictly to it. I don't. I build for one screen first, any screen, and then I make it work for all screens. Mobile first has its benefits. Like, it's not without its merits, because now this is the layout we want for mobile, right? So the layout we want for mobile is this is just simple uh, vertical flow. There's not multiple columns. There's not menus and stuff that block it, and so on. So simply because of that, the mobile layout works for all screens by default, right? Even on very large screens, if you zoom the whole thing, this still kind of works, which is why mobile friendly is such an easy way to go about it. Sorry, mobile first is a good way to go about it. But I prefer doing it this way simply because I'm used to it, and um, in the end, I'm going to make it work for all screens, right? Very meticulously. And a lot of sites, as we saw last stream, a lot of sites do not think a lot about very large screens. They think a lot about very small screens. Um, so, in my opinion, it should just work for any kind of screen. So let's go over this. First, let's fix the padding. So what we could do is we can do a max of 8 rem or 2 VW, or it should actually be min. Maybe let's just go full screen for a bit so that we can play around with multiple screen sizes. Let's do laptop. So let's see laptop with high DPI. That still kind of looks fine. And if we go for a very small screen, that still looks fine. What if we just remove this altogether? It still kind of scales well, I think. 8 VW might be the way to go. Right. One thing to note, however, is that checking checking responsiveness on your emulator in the browser, it works well, but in the end, checking on an actual mobile device or multiple mobile devices, is the only thing that will make that is for sure. If it works there, it's working, right? Working it working on the emulator doesn't 100% guarantee that it does work on the actual devices due to DPI differences and stuff like that. So always try to once you're done with the thing, you're ready to ship, test it on as many mobile devices as possible. To help with this, there is something called browser stack. However, it's very expensive. So it doesn't make sense for individual users. It makes a lot of sense for companies. I think the free version has a time limit. That is free. It's free for open source, which we could apply for. Is there just no free plan? But it's a free trial. It's not a free plan. Yeah, so it's pretty expensive. If you want desktop and mobile, it's $39 per month. But browser stack allows you to test on real devices, on many real devices, right? So you can switch to like Samsung or Apple or OnePlus, so on. And it even lets you check on Mac OS and Windows just inside the browser. It's a real machine somewhere that's running in a VM or something. So I have used this at work, but I don't have a personal account, so I can actually show. So while we don't have that, the poor man's testing is just borrowing as many phones as possible and testing on them. If you're at home, like you have your parents' devices and so on, or a sibling. I don't, because so I just borrow my housemates. Anyway, that's about testing. Let's make this change to the code. We have to do the same thing for the other column as well. To the other side, adding 8 VW. I love that it looks almost exactly the same as it did before, while actually working for small screens better. I feel like some extra gap on top might be nice to have. It does happen on desktop. What happens when did I accidentally use VH? Is it? It's just the flip centering. Hmm. Would be weird if that was it. But we don't actually have. Uh, no, that's just the VW, right? When the padding reduces, it reduces everywhere. Right. If you haven't noticed yet, I try to avoid media queries where I can. It's not complete. Do you have laptop for work? No, I don't. So I try to avoid media queries where I can. It's not that you should never use media queries, but that you should keep it for your the only the things that actually need it. A lot of things don't actually need it. For example, if we go back to look at my website, let's see this, right? So this uses flex wrap. It doesn't use it's doc to write. This doesn't use media queries to React, which traditionally when you have a card stack like this, for example, traditionally you would use a media query to detect and change this. But here it's not a media query. It's just a flex wrap, right? So we can look at this. It's just flex wrap, and each of these elements have a what is that? Flex basis, right? It has flex basis and flex grow. A combination of this basically makes it so that flex basis is the basic size that the flex works on, right? So it's kind of like width, but for flex. And when you have flex grow one, it allows it to grow from its basic, from its basis. Because of that, it will always fill the available space horizontally, no matter how many elements there are. But when I make it smaller than the flex basis, it's going to wrap so that it can be at least 15. You can also use flex shrink if it's applicable for you. Hold on. Yeah. You can also use flex shrink if it's applicable for you, which works in the same way. It lets you go in the other direction from basis. So basis is the size that it will try to maintain, right? You can look at this in the Firefox DevTools. You can even see the flex elements have a flex tab. You can click on it to inspect the flex grid. This also works for CSS grid, right? All right. So the padding being 8 VW, that works really well on large screens, but in a very small screen, you see that the horizontal padding is fine. This shouldn't happen. Horizontal padding is fine, however, the vertical padding is not. It sticks too close to the top. So let's see what we can do about that. I'm using padding block as we discussed last time. We can use padding block start to only apply to the top of the block axis. So let's see. If we do 8VH, what happens? I don't generally use VH because I don't think that the content should respond to height. It generally responds to width, right? Because height is scrollable. So typically we don't use, I don't use VH because weird things happen when you do it like that. Let's see. Let's try like 16 or just 8M, right? 8M is what we had, which still works in smaller screens, I think. Right? It pushes the content down. Maybe we want it for all block axes so that it's symmetric. When you have a few items, the symmetry is very visible. When you have a lot of items, it won't be. But this is fine, I think. Right? So let's check this on small screens first. We need to make the change in the code so that it actually processes when I reload. Let's go to pages, blog content. Why not grid? With grid, there's no way to reflow, right? You have to specify when you want it to reflow, which means media queries. Since I generally avoid media queries, it is in my flow generally just uses flets. That is not to say there aren't good use cases for grid, and they're not mutually exclusive. You can use both flets and grid. You can use, for example, flets for the overall layout of the application, and maybe a smaller part of it needs grid. You can do that. It just doesn't come up in our design queue. All right, let's get to padding of 8rem. Where do we have that? It's in the aside. Or it should be on the home. Padding 8rem in both places. I'm making that VW, and padding block becomes 8rem. Right? You can see that that's applied. Maybe it's still a bit too high on mobile screens. Repeat with min-maths. Sure, you can do that. But it's a lot more math to work with. That's just flows. Okay, so let's think about this for a moment. Maybe we just want it for slipstream, right? Or perhaps it's time to it does look weird. It does look weird. What if we do It might be time for a media query. After just saying that I avoid them, I might be forced to use them. How do we actually want it for mobile screens? That's the main question we need to answer. If we make it so we don't have a special padding block, that kind of works. Even for really large screens, it does kind of work. I think we'll just go with that. This also needs that change. Okay, let's make that change. Which means it's the gap between these things that makes it look particularly bad. Which composes really nice in a large screen, but not so much in a smaller screen. Maybe we need border. I think the borders are collapsing. We can get around that in a different way. Don't prefer having border on elements for the same reason I use spacers or gap. Right? Anywhere you cannot use gap, but you want some space, like here, I would prefer not to use margin, and I would prefer to use spacer, like we have here. Not sure why we didn't do that for the thing. Because I was just focused on header. Let's do that and get rid of margin bottom. Right? And then we can do, where's my spacer? Oh, I can do y2. Why does that have no effect at all? It's a display block. I guess that needs to be min height. It's collapsing because it has no content, and flex is collapsing it. So let's do this like min height, maths height. No, I don't actually need maths. That'll ruin it. So now we can do 3, height of 3 or 2, and that works in here. Yeah, I think that works for larger screens. Now we need to decide what to, oh, that never happened before. How does VS Code just recover the running process? That's just magic. Okay. So let's go back to a header, right? And let's do a media query for this one. Maths. I forgot the syntax. It's maths with. Happens to the best of us. Kind of, I think that works. Let's see, on a full 1080p screen, that's how it will look because the padding increases, and on a small screen, that's how it looks. And I think I'm good with that. Let's say I'll make this margin block. Ooh, actually, this needs to move to the whole aside. And it becomes padding. Yep, that works. Now this also needs to happen to that side. So maybe we can just move this up to here, and we do that, right? That way both children of the main div, the containing div, get the media query. And this is what I love about Emotion, where we can have a media query nested inside of a selector. We can have selectors nested inside of selectors, and we can have media queries nested inside of selectors, which is really powerful. I wish they upstream this to actual CSS someday. I can dream. All right. So let me quickly, the way I test this on my actual mobile is I do a npm build, and I proxy this through my server, right? You can use ngrok or something like that if you'd like to. I think Cloudflare even has some service for that. But for me, it's just npm serve. That's not the right port. Never mind. npm. Yes. This needs to run inside of build. That's my development domain, which is always tunneling from port 12,000. So I'm gonna quickly look it up on my phone. Okay. It works. It works just fine. But there's a small issue. Uh, you know how the mobile on mobile browsers there is the address bar, which happens inside of the viewport, and when you scroll down, it just kind of disappears. Um, that is blocking part of this, which makes the end look awkward. And there are a connect directly to your PC. They are not on the same Wi-Fi. That is the thing. My workstation is actually not connected to any Wi-Fi. I have two fiber networks at home, and one of them directly connects into my workstation, which is Anton, the device you're watching, and the other network is my Wi-Fi, which is what my phones and laptops connect to. So we can stop that and go back to npm start. And this also lets me, you know, play around with it on, like, ask other people to test it. You can test it. Actually, that's a really good idea. I mean, why is there a huge difference between 6 and 8? Let's find out. Is it because this is more specific? If it is, we can remedy that. Yeah. CSS specificity. There was a joke long back. I don't remember where, but there used to be a. It was a common joke that CSS specificity was the number one cause of death among web developers. If you want, there's a really cool thing called the specificity calculator, which will give you how specific a query is, and the most specific query always wins, right? CSS doesn't always go in the order that it's declared. It goes in the more specific order, and within the same specificity, it looks for the order, right? And when you do important, that's kind of like uh, its own specificity stack, right? That doesn't apply for selectors, of course. It applies on rules, but it works the same way. So you can see that elements have the lowest specificity. There are three levels where it will be calculated. elements, classes, and IDs. IDs have the more specificity, and then you have classes, and then you have elements. The more classes you have, the more specific it will be. Pseudo selectors do apply. Pseudo classes do apply. If I do it like over, now that's an additional class, right? So within the specificity tree of elements, this will be of higher precedent than without this. So that's how it works. So let's try. So what we should do, I think, is block start, leave it at 4, and then we have block start, sorry, block end, and we'll do that at 8. So we'll give it a nice ending padding. Let's do 6. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's better. So now let's do a npm build, and you can test it with me as I go. So go to mkr.dev.thefeathers.co if you're on your mobile and you'd like to test, and click on the menu and go to blog. It still does that for me. Is there an issue with loading? Oh, I think it might have been renewing the certificate at just the wrong time. All right, it's fine now. Perfect. I think it works now. There's a small space on the bottom. No, you're right. It must have been doing the challenge. It must have been renewing the certificates. Anyway, let's oh, I did not test. I should be testing inside the blog as well. Yeah, it works good. It works good. I'll leave this on in case you guys want to continue trying this out. Meanwhile, I'll restart my dev server. Note that these changes will not be live because build is not happening in the, happening live. Maybe what I can do is the problem with that and this is that it'll be watch doesn't work. All right, because what is the actual command that it ran? Does it not want this? npm wants the double slash because arguments without double slash are passed to npm, and with double slash are passed to the like anything after the double slash is passed to the actual command. But npm doesn't need it apparently. Right, it's working now. All right, and it's actually pretty fast. So you will be able to follow on your mobile or the desktop if you like to. That's a good idea. We can keep that running. All right, now that solves our responsiveness issue, right? It actually looks better on the mobile device than on the emulator. So I'm happy with that. So what we'll do next is first let's commit this change. So always remember to go through your diffs before you commit. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way, the next thing we were going to do today is animations. Right. Before getting into animations, we still have one feature left to implement, which is, if you remember the design, or if you weren't here last time, not sure. Is Kevin the only person in chat? Anyway, in case someone is watching this in the future, right? So if you've not seen the design before, the homepage looks like this. And when you click on a blog, it opens the actual content. And there's a sidebar, which there's a thing that lets you collapse the blog list. And then it looks like this. In case the domain, the link to the blog is directly opened without actually going through the main page, then this is the default screen, right? And then you can uncollapse the blog sidebar. So let's implement that right now. Let's go to blog content. Actually, let's go to home. So we've already made it so that there's a media query which collapses one of the two sides when the width is too small. So when the width is small, now you only see the blog, even though the sidebar is actually there. When you close this, it shows that, right? It depends on the path here. And we did that with use location, a part of React router, which gives us the location. And whenever the location changes, we react to that, right? This is a fully client-side routing implementation. There's when the path changes, no request is actually sent to the server. It's all handled on the client. And we actually fetch the data that we need for this after the fact in JS, right? So now that we actually have this, right? Is article open? We can convert this to a state. I am on VSITs. I am on VSITs. And this would be use effect. And we want this to fire once whenever the location changes. Let's say location.path name changes, right? And this should still work. Nope, doesn't work. Oh, we needed to call that. Perfect. Now it works. again, right? Actually, did we actually need that? Is article open is always going to be dependent on the route? All right, never mind. That's not what we needed. We wanted is sidebar open. False, right? And then we want to control this based on this thing. But first, let's implement it such that when the route is directly opened, if article is open, then aside should be closed. So let's start by doing a CH here, which is basically saying compose these classes for me, right? And here we can do open and CH basically looks at this object and says if this value is true, then it adds this class, otherwise it doesn't, right? The generic implementation of this is called class names. It's a separate module. You can use it in non-React projects. You can use it in non-Emotion projects. CH is just a wrapper around. Hold on. I'm gonna have some water. Give me a couple of seconds. All right, I'm back. I hope you use that break to have water yourselves. Stay hydrated. All right, so you get what CH does, right? So it just takes a list of class names and composes them, basically joins them with a space. The CSS helper returns a class name. It returns a string, right? And it takes this object, sees if the value is for each property of this object, it sees if the value is true. If it is, then it will attach the class name. So now by default, this is being set to false, right? But what we want to do is use effect if is article open, set aside open false. and set this to true. So this we want to this is my most commonly used CSLint disable because I almost always know what I want to do because I don't want that is weird. It's never happened before and now it's happened twice. All right. That has crashed. Segmentation fault. Okay. So we don't want a site to respond to every time article is opened. We just want it to do it the first time, right? So the first time, uh, we want to hold on. What is article open? Got it. So maybe we want our side open here instead of there. Our side open is our side open, and we can remove that from here. And now we want to do and is aside open, or maybe we just want to flip this aside closed. What the heck? Could it be because of this thing? No, this didn't crash this time. All right. Is aside closed, and within that we want to say aside this is always tricky because we want to set it to whatever it was originally. Actually it's if aside is closed, then we want to say display to none, right? Let's remove that. Why is it doing that? If you open this directly, it does close it, right? So that's working. But when I see, this is a little bit tricky. What happens if we only use the first one? Do we ever need this? Let's try getting rid of this. So let's just say is article open. Now the problem is that um, when we use this this thing to unclose the sidebar, the side, and that will cause that cannot set article open to close. That cannot set is article open to false. It must set is aside open to true. Oh, by the way, it's is and not. These have zero specificity. So you can use that to remove specificity from your selectors. Is the same as, like having that, but I use is so that it's what do I say? Consistent with the use of not. I'm not actually using it to reduce specificity here, just to be consistent with not, to have this to actually have the same specificity on in both cases, right? So let's go back to is aside closed, right? And now when I close this, we don't see anything because nothing is actually causing if we do that, it still doesn't work. Oh, we want to set not is article open. So this will change when I do this. Right? So this is false. So this must be true. Let's find out. Is article open is false. This aside open is also false. What are these errors? Images, okay. So let's reload this, and we can see that this article open is true. This aside open is false. Now when I close this becomes false. This becomes false. So it should oh actually, yeah. Right. So what we want to happen here is actually if article is open the first time we load, we want to set aside to closed, right? Let's just call this is aside closed. True, false, and remove this inversion. And after that, after the first time, we only want to do this again when if article is open. If article is not open, we want to force this to become false, right? Whenever article is not open, we want aside to be not closed. All right, I think that works, right? So now if I reload this, go there and go back there, it works. But if we have the double column layout, now it doesn't actually close the aside, because opening this does nothing. But closing this sets it so that aside must not be closed. Now we can manually control the state of the aside by using this element, which we'll add shortly. This is actually okay. Does that make sense for you? So the purpose of this, is so that on the first time this page is loaded, first time this component is loaded, it looks at the blog path. If the article is open, it sets the aside as closed the first time. And every other time when the path changes, if the article is closed, then it forces the aside to become open. If not, it does nothing. Don't ask. We can actually never mind. That will not really do anything. Okay. Don't ask. Let's commit this change. Ideally, this is how you should commit your changes, right? So you should make atomic commits. Every small feature that you implement is a commit. Hide aside if blog post is opened directly. If post is open. So we cannot use article open. Actually, that is true. Actually, that is true. You're right. You're right. This also makes the small flash that happens when you load the blog, that also goes away now, I think. Okay, that's just the image loading in. That's fine. This image needs a small rounded corner. You can see it here. We'll get back to that after we implement the sidebar. The image should not grow when it moves around, or maybe we should have a fixed height, max height, so it can grow, but only so much. So yeah, that will work. Okay, so let's add the what do we call this? We'll call this the tray, right? We can call this whole thing the tray, I guess, and I'll call this the tray button. So now we want one more thing in our container div. We'll call this a div very unimaginatively. We'll export the vector that we need. Oh, I didn't want PNG. I want SVG. And we'll move that to assets. And we'll do we can just rotate that when we need it. And we can go down here and we add that. Actually, we can make this whole div a button, which is really good. Like this whole thing is a button, so we just make it a button. Okay. Very cool. And now we want that button to have a class name. Background color. And we'll do border none. We'll do 100. Right? And on small screens, and the max width is below 80 rem. Should we make this 80 rem as well? I think we do. Let's come back to that. And the screen is at most 80 rem. Let's add a class name to this so we can target it. All right. So in small screens, we don't need it because only one of the two can be open. In large screens, we can, it just shows by default, right? And we want cursor pointer. Maybe we should add cursor pointer to index.css. Perfect. Because we want it for all buttons. And this needs to be on the same level as this. So we can add that here. Close. So that's actually for small screens, so we don't care about that. We only care about padding of 8 VW. So we want padding block of 8 VW. Display flex is the only thing that works. Cool. That kind of works, but you can see that the thing, the SVG is getting hidden a little bit. You can see it happen there. So let's do min width to be adds content. Actually doesn't. So match with also to match content, so it never actually goes beyond that. You want fit content, fit content. I'm actually fine with that. I don't think these are having an effect. It's just a visual glitch. Let's instead do 2rem, 4rem, yeah. And this needs to be 2.6rem. Okay, that works. But it's still a bit higher than this. Why is that? Right. Because this thing has a higher padding. Let's just add that here. Let's make that 10. Yeah, that works. 10 works. And now we want this to gently change shade when hovered on. So let's take this color and do again benefits of emotion, and we want that to transition background color 150 milliseconds, or actually 100 milliseconds. That's a bit maybe the starting color shouldn't be so bright. Can we use this? Okay, that is the final color. So the background of this and the background of this is the same. The hover background of this, the background of this is the same. The whole background of this is the same, but the default, I think, is a bit too bright. It's taking a lot of attention from the page. Right, so maybe we use it like that, and we move this here, we reverse it, right? Yeah, that works. And now when this is clicked, when this button is clicked, we want something to happen. If oh, actually we only want this button to show when article is open, right? Any other time, this just needs to block that space. We could do that by conditionally doing this. Is article open? And do that. If article is not open, then we have a div, right? And now we want this div to block the same space as this. So what we can do is add this class name here. And let's move this to here. Let's call this draw controls, draw CTL, right? And then we can remove this part. So now what happens, right? That works, that works. Instead of completely removing that, I actually needed to leave this in and remove that from here. So everything that makes it take that space, that's still there. Okay, now it looks off-centered. But it works, right? It works. However, let's leave this in like this for now, right? However, we want this to transition in rather than just showing up. So let's come back to that in a moment. Meanwhile, what we're gonna do is work on the add click or on click. Right, so on click, we want to set article, we want to redirect. Cons navigate equal to use navigate. And here we just do navigate. Actually, that's not what we wanted to do. I messed up. That's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to do set aside closed. We want to set aside closed to the opposite value. Right? And now Yeah, it is for the sidebar closing. So now that that works, we want to rotate this icon, and for that we can do CX. Let's do. Oh, the reason I did CX was so I can do big brain move. So this would be is article closed or is aside closed. If aside is closed, we want to transform, rotate 180 degree. Right? So that just works. This magic here is nothing in state. What? They confuse me with their JW conversation. Alright. So basically this is a dynamic CSS property, right? So the entire thing, the entire expression evaluates to a string, which is a class name. So we just put the class name here, and we have the class names condition, right? So is aside closed. If aside is closed, then this condition, then the CSS will apply, right? And that works. Maybe we want this rotation to be animated. So if we want to do that, we'll just do CSS transition transform. Let's do the same transition as this thing, which is 100 milliseconds. Yeah. Now it has a nice rotation. Good night, Alok. Okay, that shouldn't happen. CTL. It's fine, man, really. JW is not the end of the world. What does this still show? I mean, if you want an example, look at me, right? I don't even have a formal CS degree, so you're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. The button does have draw CTL, right? Maybe it's a problem of a specificity again. Draw CTL is plain exactly. Since this selector and this selector have the exact same specificity, this wins out because this comes later. So we just need to make this more specific. And to do that, what we could do is this div. Can I do div? Yeah, that just works. Basically, the and is going to be replaced with the class name. So it's going to be dot class name. So by adding div, I added a more specific selector to the to this whole media. Just this part, right? So yeah. So okay, that doesn't show on mobile as we need it. That does as we need it. Now, what we can do next is make this part. Make this part instead of doing a display none as we have been, we can do, let's say, maths with 0. Okay. And padding 0. Yeah. So let's do that. Right. So display none, we do that. And for both of these, for both aside and article, we're gonna give a transition all of let's say 250 milliseconds. That was unexpected. Let's also set that to this thing. Okay, I hate that. I hate that. That looks so ugly. Where the padding. What if we do in the most hackiest way possible? What if we do transition padding of how does this work? No. Oh, that didn't work. Why does oh, because the padding is still transitioning. So we can't have that. Okay. Let's remove all of this. I wasn't and figure out why this happens. Right? Let's also do none of this works. Shouldn't bot sizing be border bots? It is. None of those things work. Base size is 0. Right? Maths width is 0. Oh. without this, the file size was growing to 500 pixels. But even with this, padding won't collapse. Let's find out why that is. We do have border bots. Is there something that's causing it to not be border bots? Bot sizing. Nope. So so okay. Let's margin left minus 100%. Margin left, that would actually move this. Let's see what happens. Right? Actually, instead of using margin left, okay, let's use margin left minus 100%. Now that happens. Right. So instead, let's not do that. Let's do that. That still happens because this is moving the whole thing left, including the button. So let's not do that. What we should do is go to our side and let's look at this for a second. Height of 100%, width of 100%. Do we actually need let's do? We don't. Never mind. Let's try flets basis of 20 RAM, 30 RAM. Yeah, that actually might work. Okay, let that be. So let's move that here. Move that here. Padding. No. Instead, overflow y. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Right, just give me a second. Let's. We also want let's here. Actually, don't need it here. Gap. Oh yeah. So let's cut this and make a child wrapper. Now we can move this to, yeah. Just do a min width of, let's say, 30 rem. Okay. And instead of a padding, let's do margin. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Let's leave that. That is better, right? That is better, but for some reason this uh, has a very high Z index. What we can do there is just make the Z index of the entire article higher. So now we need to do the same thing here, where we move height width, flets, and match width. So we can leave flets to here, and we can cut the rest. Make a div, last name, and paste that here. What? Why does that happen? All right, because we still want to set the Z index to 1000. Okay, that fits that. And we want this to also have this. Cool. So we'll also need to rewrite these routes. So it also transitions in when selecting an article. Other than that, I think this works really good. And that failed. Why does the seg fault? All right. We're happy with that. So let's commit that change. Remember to make atomic commits. We might need to change that a little bit. Yeah. That appear, disappear, that needs to be fixed. But for now, let's repeat those. Perfect. We are an hour 42 minutes into the stream. I plan to stream for 2 hours 30. So we have about 40 minutes left. Let's see what the priority is. Okay. Let's see now. So we've got the basic thing done. We have this done. We have this working. Why is it slow? Maybe it's leaking memory somewhere. Cool. So we have this working. I guess the next thing to do is the appear animation, right? So and the default state of this part. dev site isn't updating. That's because the build was broken. Now it should. You can check now. I think it's SWC that was seg faulting. I'm gonna grab some water. This is gonna take a minute. Please get some water yourself. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I absolutely hate that YouTube doesn't show how many people are concurrent. There's for sure at least one person. It does this every stream. Even if there's like 6 people in the chat, it still says 0 concurrent. Anyway. So the next thing we are going to do is the appear animation, which is for the main content and the for the main content and the draw collapser thing needs to actually slide in, right? So instead of these routes, we can just do what we could do. Let's look at blog post. There's no parent to this, right? Which is very convenient for us right now. Since it's just a fragment and it has no parent, we can add a parent. So what we're gonna do is make 2 divs, one with the blog post, and get rid of that. And now what happens here if there's no blog? Let's find out. Okay, it just keeps loading because it actually tries to fetch and it's an error. So we don't want that to actually happen. So let's put that in a condition. Is article open, and we can actually, since we now have this, never mind, we don't want to mess with that right now. What I was going to do is, because we are actually parsing the location here, we can just pass the slug to the blog post component and it doesn't have to fetch it from location independently, which is the right thing to do, but we'll get to that later, right? So for now, we have 2 divs here, and the first div is going to be the empty gray space when this empty gray space. It should actually be not gray. Instead, it's going to be like this, right? So it's going to be that. So let's class name CSS, background color, that. And this will be width of 100%. Or maybe we can just, since we want a div here, let's just move this everything here to this. We can get rid of this unnecessary div right now. Right? And we can start with the same contents for this div. However, it starts with a actually this might need another div to actually make this work. Okay. So this can do match with 0, right? So basically this div will take the, what's happening? Okay. This div will take the whole right side of the space, and this div will have a width of 0, right? And when you actually select a thing, this div comes into view. It slides into view. Basically, this the div that's keeping this empty, that will slide back, right? So that will become a width 0. So it will reveal the other thing. We can remove that, right? And let's do a ch here. And we can do a dynamic property. Is article open? If article is open, and we want match with to be 0. Let's inspect this. The second one never came into being. Let's dock this to the bottom so we can have the full width. At the same time that this happens, this also needs to become full width. So let's do another ch here. Yeah, it really is. More than powerful, it's very convenient, right? So you can have everything you need in one place. What's happening? Okay, now this is broken. Why is that broken? Match with why can't you see my website when you open localhost? To see the dev website, you can use dev.mkr.pw. you can't directly go to /blog. Go to the main link and open the menu and go to blog, and you can follow along. All right. So let's see. So CH basically creates a new class name out of these two. That's the difference between Emotion CH and the class names package. The class names package would just append the class names together. So it's creating a new class for sure. And I'll tell you why that is. So you can see here, this is 18NB4, NB4. And when I click that, the class name changes. It makes this 0 width. But the question is, why doesn't this show up? It has combined the the declarations here. You can see that there's a match width and there's a match width. So the match width here is 100%. What else did I need for this? So this is not a flits. Maybe it should be. Or maybe it should be. That's direction row. Ah, okay. It was below this thing, I guess, because it was a block. Or it could be inline. This could be inline flits, and that will also probably fix it. But we want it to be flat so that it can take the maximum width it can. Anyway, so now we want this to completely disappear. So for that, we'll make another div and move the padding. Oh, the padding isn't even needed here, so because it's just an empty div. All right, so now this padding needs to be nested. Okay, so let's make a div, last name, CSS, and we can move this here. And what else do we need from this? We want let's overflow. Yes, that needs to go here, or it can also go there, but never mind actually. Gap, yes, gap also needs to go there. Background color is fine. Match with height. Okay. All right. Now when we close this, the empty div takes the whole space, and when we open it, the content takes the whole space. Now we just need to animate this, right? So to do that, let's do transition. All 300 milliseconds. Okay. So it's a problem because both of them are transitioning at the same time. Which we don't want to happen. So Let me think for a second. What's the best way to do this? We can increase the duration of this, which means this will transition slower. No, I don't. Maybe we want to reduce this and increase this. Or remove the transition on this. Wait, that might. Oh, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Could it be because this element is being remounted? No, it's just the class name being remounted. But to force the element to not remount, we can use key. You might already know that React uses key inside a list to know the reinsertion order. If a list changes, it knows by key, it knows which elements to remount and which elements to not. But you can also use key outside of list like that. I'm not sure that will fix it because I don't think the div is actually being remounted. So this needs to transition from a width of 100% to a... Oh, I think that's because there's no match width here. Let's try that again. Yeah, now it does animate. Just not in the way I want it to. I want this to actually not have a match width issue. Instead, let's do margin left 100%. Let's see what happens if we do that. I see. So regardless of what this margin is being set to, this empty content is going to take the full space. And because this is a Flex, container, this is going to shrink. And block content is going to shrink. So let's remove Flex from there. Let's do display inline block. Right. Now that just doesn't show up because this is also an inline block. Why did we need this to be a flex? We just make this an inline block. Now that happens. Because this is still taking the whole space. So let's go back to not having that. Go back to having display flets and flets direction of column. Why is the transition broken again? We do have match width. I actually don't want it to collapse like that. You see that because the width is reducing, it causes a reflow. I actually don't want it to reflow like that. But we'll get back to that once we fix this. So empty content needs to transition and the match width goes from 100 to 0. And that does happen, but the transition doesn't work. It did work for a second, right? What happened to it? We just removed display flats from this. Both of these are now block elements. Oh. Block content is starting off as vertically split instead of horizontally split. Even though we have this direction as column. And each of the children do have a height of 100%. Starts off there. Really weird behavior. Yeah, property is not needed because there's no children. It's not a flats. All I did was remove display flats, right? And that did nothing. But this is a child. It shouldn't affect his. This is still a display flats. Flats direction is column. And the height of these flats children are 100%. Can actually move that here. Is it this? What? That is so weird. What happens if I remove match width? You know that the block direction is definitely this, right? And when I do flats direction column, it should be this way. Oh no, never mind. Best direction column is this way. I messed up. I messed up pretty bad. Okay, so now this is fine. It's going to. Wait, what? Oh, why does it animate in but not animate out? So when we close this, what happens? Article open becomes false, blog post becomes empty. You like the preview pop-up? Yeah, I like them too. Mighty Oink. Feel free to. I'll actually, at the end of this video, I'll add a license to my blog repo, which I had never done before, which was intentional. I didn't forget to add a license. I just didn't add a license because the code is public. You can look at it and learn from it, but you can't actually use the code because it's copyrighted. I'll add a license so that you can reuse the code right now by the end of this video. Not just for you, I've heard uh, after my last stream, a couple of people asked if they can fork my blog, which currently they cannot. So I told them I'll add a license. Yeah, so blog post just disappears, right? So let's do this. Let's move the background color of this to its parent. Wait, what? Oh, that that was a button. That was a random button I yoinked the background from. It actually isn't there. It actually is here. Okay, so that's not the issue. Background is still here. And when this takes 100% of the width, so min width of 100%. Why is this? Let's see. We also don't need that because this has no content. We also actually don't need min width. We only need max width of 100%. We also need width of 100%. Right. I don't know why I removed that. How is it even working without it? Oh, because never mind. The width was still there. It was just being applied from here. Hmm. Transition does happen both ways. So let's try manually doing this, right? So let's try doing uh what do we need? Max width of 0. Oh, actually we need max width of 100. Let's do that. Get that article. And this actually has no width. Okay. Um, Maybe we needed that min width after all. Okay. So if you reload this, since the min width is 100%, it does take that width. But when you do that, huh, so when you do it like that, it does work. When we set it from the code, it does work. When we trigger it manually, it does work. Maybe the problem is the CH. It's removing and applying the class name. Yeah, maybe that is the problem. You know, what we can do instead is npm my class names. I actually prefer this. I've never used CH directly before. I always use class names. The one time I do use it, this happens. It'll work now, for sure. I'm sure of it. It doesn't work. Okay, now you can see that instead of combining both the contents of both class names into one class name, it's just adding and removing the extra class name. Right? Let's copy this and see what happens if we toggle this manually. Let's go to using console, class list, toggle. When we toggle it manually, it does work. So this might be a React problem, right? Where it's removing and applying the whole thing, but it's not doing it at the same time. It should not be doing that though. Maybe it's a problem of these dynamic classes. Could it be because of that? Let's try using the other way of doing this, right? So instead of doing that, let's do that, right? This is the same thing. Is article open? If this is false, class names will ignore it. If it's true, then this is what is returned. Nope. But it definitely works when it adds the class, right? But when it removes the class, it doesn't work. Maybe this top level thing needs to not remount every time. It's not that either. I saw something. Yeah, this thing is remounting every time, right? Let's see if it's that thing. Data. Data. Okay, now it's not remounting the whole thing. And now it does. Why? Why does adding data home change that behavior? Why doesn't? Still doing something to the entire div. You see that even though there's no change to that div in specific, maybe it's just showing because its children are changing. But that would mean all of its parents should. Let's see what happens in Chrome. What the heck? Is it just me or is there something up there? Chrome struggles to animate even this. But the real thing we wanted to check is if actually that is the root element that is controlled by React. That's why it goes all the way till there. So that means it's not a browser quirk. It's definitely something that React is doing to this div. Nothing here on top? What do you mean? Okay, that's not crashed yet. What? Something just doesn't open. meant the Chrome thing. No, it does happen on Chrome. You can see that here. Oh, you mean that thing? Okay, that's probably just something wrong with Chrome. Uh, might be messed up while resizing. Oh, it's struggling to open this. Okay, okay, got it. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to. Um, One other thing we can do is absolute positioning. I've tried to avoid doing that so far. What we could do then is simply not have the empty content thing at all. And this would be position relative. So we want to test this out, right? We want to try this out before we make addition. So what we can do is we can just simply stage our changes without making a commit. And now we can make these changes without losing our progress. And so let's just do position relative and delete empty content. And now we have this. Let's make this position absolute. And by default, we want transition. Let's just do all 30 milliseconds for now. And remove margin left. Why was that even a thing? Okay. So right 100% or left 100%? Left 100% and left 0. And the parent of these two will have overflow hidden. So that way it doesn't show the scroll bar. Oh, that actually works really well. That actually works really well. Okay. These are just images, right? That's cool. Okay, let's before we commit this, let's make sure it works for all use cases and on mobile. Yes, it does look way more smooth because it's not animating. All right, so basically with transition or any CSS animation, the three things you can animate freely are transform. Anything to do with transform, you can do that. You can do opacity, and there's one more thing. These three things are actually GPU. They use GPU. So instead of left, let's do transform. This will be probably way smoother. Translate X 100. Except this doesn't cause a reflow. I didn't mean to translate 3D, I meant translate X. this will be way smoother because this uses GPU acceleration, right? Only some CSS properties can use GPU acceleration. Transform and opacity. It's just those two. There wasn't a third one. And it's not reflowing the content. So it's a lot faster because of that. And as a cool side effect of this whole thing, we also see how much slower Chrome is, right? When doing reflows. Chrome just hates reflowing. What just happened? Stopped working. Yeah. Chrome just hates reflows. And so it was much less smoother on Chrome. If you notice that. It's on the same mission, right? And it's not a weak mission either. It's a pretty powerful mission. Okay, I see a small problem on actually if we are going to use transform, we don't actually need position. Uh Never mind, we do need it. There's a small problem on smaller devices. Let's get to that. Yeah, that happens. And also this. Let's see why it doesn't go all the way up. It's because this has a, I see. So what we can do there is go back to this media query and remove article from it, but copy the query itself and move it down here. Why is this why is this broken everything again? Also, shit. So basically the aside has a padding. Right. This needs to move. This needs to move. Where is this? That there. And move all of that into a side. Remove that and move that here. All right. Now that's fixed. The thing about this is different. It's because when I click on this, it's actually making article full width and right. So we can use the same animation techniques to move these things around. Let's just make instead of min width, and stuff here. You can just do no, transform minus 100%. Sorry, translate heads. Instead of that, and right. So now that will slide away instead of this thing. We'll figure out what's happening here. Translate heads of 0% is unnecessary. Oh, it is necessary because we're unsetting this. Okay, that's fine. But why doesn't it go all the way left? All right, I get it. I get it. Instead of moving aside, we should only be moving main. The way transform is working here is that this last bit of changes, we need to undo that first. Okay. Let's see this here, right? So the way this transform is working is that this whole space is always reserved for the article. But when we don't need it, we just slide it to the right. But this space is still reserved for the article. You can see that here, right? But this whole space is not reserved for the article yet. The space where the aside is not reserved for the article yet. So when we do an aside, when we make this transform translate heads of minus 100%, it just moves that without affecting the article side of things, right? So that is still there. This is what I meant earlier by this not causing a reflow. What happens if we do position relative? We remove that. Okay, now because this is a position absolute, it doesn't follow the flets flow, which is bad. So we don't want that. Let's not do position absolute on this. Let's keep this as it is. We just need a way to figure out. Maybe we do both together. Not main. Let's make transform translate heads minus 100%. When the article is open, instead of display none, we want mass width of 0. Oh, actually, it's not this thing. It's this thing. So if we do both of them at the same time, it's an absolute panic. And what happens in mobile? Still does that. We had this here because the animation is defined here, right? Now let's try doing this. Match width takes longer to animate. 3000. No, that won't work because that's what actually makes it collapse so that the main content can come in. So either we absolutely push in both of them, which I don't want to do. I want them to continue being flats. What? The animation is just gone now. Let's remove this. Okay. What have we changed? Okay. This is just outside. That's right. So we are done with this part of it, right? So let's be completely sure of this. And I think we are. Yeah. So then we need to do this part and this part, like fits this and the button. I think the button is easier to do. So let's quickly look at it. If I remove the raw CTL and the condition, and we just have the button. Hold on. Is article open? Okay, so we can make this absolutely positioned. That fits us. That position relative, and relative to that, we'll position this as absolute. That removes it out of the let's flow. So let's give this a left margin inline start of 3M. What's the width of this? 3.6. Okay, now let's do we can get rid of the draw CTL now, I think. Can we? No, never mind. We still need it for that, but we can move this stuff in here and remove that. We had that defined there because we wanted the div below to also have it, but now that we don't need it, let's do like is article open and CSS. If article is open, then we want transform, translate x minus. If not, article open. And we want transition, transform, 300 milliseconds. Yep, that works. That is very smooth. That is very smooth. I love it. All right. Now we just need to fix this part. Because we made a reasonable amount of progress, let's make a commit here. Let's do this. Draw close. Mobile part, yeah. Let's fix this part first. Then we'll come to mobile. Log content load animation. Okay. So now we need to work on this thing. I feel like if we fix this for desktop, it will also fix it for mobile. Let's see. What if we make this absolute, but only when we do this? And once we do this, it's no longer absolute. Let's see what happens. Facade is closed. Is this thing right? Facade is closed, math width is 0. But we also said position of absolute, and we can comment that out. Transform, translate x minus 100%. Now that will allow when this becomes position absolute, because this is still a flex child, right? The parent of this block content is still a flex child. I still haven't understood the YouTube delay thing. What about it? You're wondering why this shows up a little later than when you type it? It's because you type it and I see it instantly. Whenever you type it, I see it instantly. And then it shows up on the stream has a lag, right? It shows up on the stream 3 seconds later. Also, it's about 2 or 3 seconds later. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the stream delay is actually quite high. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's almost 10 seconds of YouTube delay. So the what I do is going to yeah when by the time you see it, it's 10 seconds after I've done it, right? So yeah, maybe I'll try it with the ultra low latency thing next time. So YouTube has a thing where you can set the latency to normal, low, or ultra low. I've set it to low, but that's 10 seconds. Next time I'll set it to ultra low and we'll see what happens. It doesn't actually say what happens because this thing doesn't work. Anyway, right, so we were here. So because this becomes absolute, the block content is able to take the whole space. And meanwhile, this is going to translate x by -100. And at the same time, the block content is also translating in from the right. So this might work. Let's try. Okay, where is my thing? Excuse me. If article is not open, okay. This is actually for this should be all of the animation is gone. Right, because this is not actually animating. This is done animating. Now when I make this this position absolute, this is going to just take the full space. So that's not a solution. So yeah, so that's not a solution. We can't make this position absolute. By the way, um, I understood what you said here, but it's just a small nitpick that in Hindi, you use till to say till the time you read it, right? But when translating to English, it becomes wrong. It should be by the time you read it. In Hindi, I think it's stuck, right? So yeah, in Hindi, it's stuck and it's used in that meaning. But in English, it should become by the time you read it. It's a common thing that a lot of people do. So it's a small nitpick. I understood what you said, so it's not a big issue, but I'm just telling. Let's see. What else can we do here? It's almost 2 hours and 53 minutes. So let's try to wrap this up. This is the one problem I want to fix before we go to deploy. Right? And there's a few more things that is nice to do. Like filter by category. Those are nice to do. So maybe we'll do another blog stream where we do all these niceties, right? So or I might just do that off stream because it's not very, uh, you know, for someone just joining from that stream, it might not be very useful, or we can just do it. I don't know. Let me know in the chat, or if you're watching this later, let me know in the comments if you want me to do those on stream. The small changes that I'll add to this. Anyway, let's see what we can do about this thing. Right, so let's also have a view of what actually happens on mobile. I need to fix this first. I need to fix this. Just move this from block content to this. Ah, okay. That seems to have fixed it. Also, that thing is, the draw control is still showing up, which it shouldn't. And this thing, instead of this margin, it's margin inline start. Let's move this in and call it padding, or even just margin. Okay, never mind. Let's call it padding. Padding is block start is 4M. Okay. That shouldn't be showing up at all. So what we can do is we can just make this. So draw CTL. Let's reintroduce that. Wait. I just shouldn't have removed it at all. That's it. It should just work. Yeah. When I move that move the styles from the draw CTL common thing from here to here, I shouldn't have removed this. Okay, so that's fine. So when I close this, what happens is article open becomes false. The only thing that changes at that point is, let me rewrite this in a readable way. I think the dynamic property thing is, I understand it, but for someone reading the repo, it won't be very readable. So let's see this now. It's this thing, right? Let's move those. So it will translate smoothly as long as the underlying thing also translates smoothly, which is this thing. We have display none. That is the issue, right? So display none. Instead, we want the same as this thing. Let's try this. Nope, that's Aside is set to animate. Max width of 0. But that did nothing to it. Oh, should go to aside and add that. That also did nothing to it. Where is that? It does do something in the full version, right? Didn't we just fix this? Min with 100 VW, max with 0, works well transition. Oh, maybe that's the issue. Let's see. Okay. Actually, this thing doesn't seem to matter at all. It does matter. Yeah, the reflow is because we are changing the width, right? That is the main bug that we need to fix right now. Everything else is fine. It's a Why is this guy gone? Where are you gone? Oh, what did we actually change? We set the aside and we set display none only for small screens. We remove the margin on that. I think that is fine. Oh right. Oh right. Because this is an absolutely positioned element. It's still there. It's just below the Z index of 1000. It was just below the block content. Ah, there it is. Something I picked up from GitHub wrote an article about using vanilla CSS a while ago, a long time ago, like 3-4 years ago. Something I picked up from them is using these Z indexes of in multiples of 100. It makes your thing a lot more organized. Okay, so let's fix this last thing. Just one last thing. Um, Let me think about this. So we want what we can do is have the children of this thing um, have an extra wrapper, a parent, and then the children do not The children don't care when, oh, hold, yeah. Um, the children don't reflow when the parent width changes. We can do that. I said children, I just mean child. There's going to be this whole thing should be inside one child, like that. And then this would be absolutely positioned in relation to this. That removes it from the flow. Actually, we don't need absolute because we anyway need the width of this to be the final width of this. Whatever this gets set to, the parent gets set to. So before doing this change, let's commit everything else we have. What do we have? We need to commit this for sure. And this. But not this. Actually, let's just commit that. Let's just commit that. Blog content on mobile. We passed 3 hours now. I would love to get this done soon. This is like Red Dead Redemption, but I'm Dutch. Dutch just goes, one last job, Mr. Arthur. All right, so everything works fine. Let me check it once on mobile. Once on mobiles, so I see that everything else is working except for the reflow. Okay, it does a completely different thing on mobile. It does not reflow. In fact, it's the incoming block content that reflows on mobile. Although it's not very visible, which is very weird. And also that happens. We need to fix that real quick. I think it just has a why do we even need that div? I think we can get rid of the div. Right? Now we need to figure out why this does that. Okay, that's because that's 398 pixels wide. That is also 398 pixels wide. But this is 540 pixels wide. That's because of the min width. Uh, min width 30 rem. You can just do a maths of 30 rem and 100. No, min of 30 rem and 100 VW. Yeah, that'll fix it. And okay, let me check that again on mobile. Yeah, see, it actually seems fine on mobile. Can you guys test it out? The domain is, of course, as it? The domain is, of course, that thing. Oh my God. Go to the menu and click blog. See how it feels on mobile. When we're doing that, even if this is not a problem on mobile, it's still a problem on desktop. That reflow should not be happening. Let's see what it does on Chrome, just to be sure. All right. So we know for sure that it does this on Chrome. Let's do that. iPhone 4. My blog is actually readable on iPhone 4. But you see, that the reflow doesn't happen on the blog list. The reflow happens on the blog content, not on the other side. For some reason, it's struggling so much to do this. Geophone 2. Oh my God. That's a really tiny phone. And we still work on that. What happens if we have two buttons? Ah, yeah. So you can see that the incoming blog content is what is doing that here. The reflow. The same thing happens on Firefox mobile as well. Anyway, blog content is reflowing. Don't go to slash blog directly. The directory listing, like if you go to slash blog directly, it's going to show the listing. Yeah, if you refresh, it'll do that. Always go back to the home page and then come here, because I'm just serving with some random HTTP server module. I think I'll just write one myself because none of them work like I want them to. I think there is actually a requirement for a quick dev server, which um which actually serves index.html for all non-matched routes. Such a simple thing that all of them get wrong. Okay, let's try designing this in the browser. We want the aside to collapse, um, but without reflowing. we already have a div. So maybe not using width will do the job. That's technically true, but what happens is if we use transition, this will animate without a reflow, which means it will not be removed from flow. It will still take up that space. And I can just show you that. Transform, translate x minus 100%. Right? So because it doesn't reflow, transform doesn't cause a reflow. So the base width of the element is still taken, right? And now we need some way for the flets to reflow where the block content takes the rest of the space. Anything we do with flets, like if we make the asides flets as 0 or something like that, that doesn't even work. Yeah, we can't do that. But anything we do that like that will also cause a reflow inside the um, the blog list. So we can't do any of that. When this has happened, if we make this position absolute, or not this, we make this position absolute, then that will jump to position. It will not smoothly transition. Why margin minus 100%? This should be on the side. Why is it doing this? Because it's doing 100% margin on the parent, I think. Yeah, because these are Flet's children, right? 100% actually means 100% of the parent. The reason with 100% doesn't actually cause it to take 100% of the Flet's parent is because um, it uses the with 100% as the Flet's basis, and because both of them declare that with 100%, it takes the other things into if you have nothing else, like you have no max width, you have no min width, just with 100% on both of them, um, margin left of minus 45 mm. Yes, but that's only the max width, it's not the min width, so it can be smaller than that. If you see here, this is not 45 mm, so it's going further than it should. Unless we also do min width as 45. Now that's huge. We actually don't want that. We want it to reflow correctly with the flets. So we can't do that either. So 2 to 3. So it's a 2 to 3 ratio, which looks very pleasing, right? Give me a second. It's approximately the golden ratio, right? So um, if this were the golden ratio, it would be 2 to 3.24. It's 2 to 3, which is very close to the. Let's grow 0 on a side. No, but you're setting min width. Min width overrides everything else. That we don't want that. We want it to still respect flats. What we could do is define a custom animation instead of using a transition, and use that to define the animation as step 1, move this. No, that will not work because that will just move. Hmm, that will not work either. Let's think a little bit more. What if we do this would actually work. Back to early 2000s PowerPoint. We can still do that with the custom animation though. Just move this and then move this, but fast enough that it doesn't look weird. We can try that. Let's do, since we have no other ideas, let's do keyframes. Slide content 0%. We don't want to do anything on 0%. On 20%. Let's do transform. Another cool thing about Emotion is that you can have selectors inside of keyframes, so that's very cool. Let's do like or can you? I'm not sure actually. Apparently you can. I'm not sure if this works, but let's try. Transform translate as of -100%. Let's just see if this actually does anything. Let's use the full animation name, animation duration, 300 milliseconds. Let's do 1000 milliseconds so we can actually see it happening. So 20% we do that, and on 50% we do aside width 0, match with 0. These things happen, right? And oh, actually, we want this to happen here. Why is match width of main also 0? Are we actually using main anywhere? We're not actually using main. Can get rid of that. Hold on. What is happening? It's not this. Something else is happening. Oh, what? What if we never set this? Still doing that. How's it doing that? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, that does nothing. Maybe because this is outside there. Is side closed. Yeah, so I'm not sure these selectors actually work. It definitely does something. Right. We want this to happen to the aside itself. But it's actually happening to the parent. It's not supposed to bounce back. Let's uncomment this. I think these need to stack. I think we are on the right track actually. It definitely does slide out, but then it tries to slide back in. I believe there's an animations. So let's increase the animation time to like 10 seconds. Reload the page. So, okay, now we can see it in slow motion. I think because the width is reducing something. Let's try increasing. Yeah, let's make it 300 seconds. What does it go back? Right, because it needs to stay that way. I think. Oh, that actually works. Okay, it stops working sometimes. No, no. Yeah, it does stop working sometimes. Why is that? Now it's completely stopped. What the heck? What does that have? The delay actually helps. Gives it a nice delayed um, thing that comes in. Can make this 350 milliseconds. And all of these translates need to be, let's say, 500%. Let's watch that at a slower speed. What? Hold on. Hold these. Heck, the animation never really helped. It was a transition all along. Holy God. Just because the translate is much higher, right? It's minus 500%. It it does that first because it's moving out. It's not done yet. Now it's reaching 500. The time for it to reach 100 is earlier, so it actually moves out of the way faster. We never actually got the animation working, but we did fix the transition. So I'm gonna make this 350 milliseconds because it looks so good. I'm gonna make this 300%. No, that's too soon. 400. 500 seems to be the sweet spot. Hack. Whenever you think something is a hack, remember that a computer is literally sand that we tricked into thinking. I don't like that. It shows that the reason I was doing that so many times is that how it should be fine. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. How does this? How does this look on mobile? Let's see for iPhone SE. No idea why it's the block content that's reflowing on mobile instead of the other thing, but it still looks fine, I think. Let's all try this on mobile. Let's go back to the link mkr.dev.devfeathers.co. Let's go back to the link and click on menu, go to blog. Does the reflow of the blog content actually bother you? It does bother me. Uh, okay. Let's commit this first. Doesn't bother you? Kinda bothers me. Assign doesn't reflow. Assign reflows while sync. Push that. Looks faster on phone. Not on my phone. Actually, my phone is fine, but the simulator is broken. I like outside of the simulator, it's fine. I think the simulator does some throttling, so we are more, we are more prepared to take that performance impact. Anyway, and that happens more on Chrome than on Firefox. Maybe this is just Chrome being really slow. I don't know. What? Okay, it looks fine. Yeah, but you can see that it's throttling so much, struggling so much. Why? On desktop it's fine. Like the simulator throttles so much. It's just an iPhone. It's doesn't need to be that slow. Like, oh my God. Maybe it's a bug in the emulator. Yeah, it might be just a bug in the emulator. Reflows are expensive, yes, but we are not using. Oh, okay, let's see why this happens. Okay, I'll die a happier man if I figure out why this is reflowing on mobile, because it's not supposed to. You can see that. You're not seeing it here because no, it's just not reflowing on desktop at all. So why would it reflow on mobile? Let's see this. This is the content. And this guy. Let's make the transition longer so we can see exactly what's happening. It's not reflowing. At least not when it slides out. I think it's just that the content is still populating. Maybe. Why is this so fast? Is it not this? Should be right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. Let's see this. So, let's get rid of all of this. Let's translate this by hand. No, just block content, which is this. At 50%, we see that it doesn't actually reflow. 75%, it doesn't actually reflow. I think it's just the content loading causing it to reflow. In that case, that's a different problem we can deal with at a different time. Like I want to add some better uh, loading animation thing. Go to blog content. Uh, right now it's just some text saying loading. Where is it? Yeah, it's just some text saying loading. Instead, it could be nicer loading thing, a bar on top or uh, like a placeholder content. Placeholder might work. Not happening on desktop. It's not happening on anything when you're slow enough. Might be related to that. Never mind. It's almost it's 3.5 hours since we started. Do you want me to do the thing, the placeholders right now, or it's almost 1 a.m. here, so we can do this next time. What do you prefer? That will also make the jump between articles a bit nicer. We'll see. Okay. So let's continue this tomorrow. Let's make another stream tomorrow. Let's do where I'll actually make these smaller changes and also make the dynamic content work. Right. So dynamic. What is that? Dynamic. Um, what did I mean to say? OG metadata. So dynamic previews. When you paste this in a social media, right now you don't. You just get the generic mk here thing. Right? So whatever is in index.html, just get this part. But we want this to be dynamic. But that should happen from the server. And we also want to generate a preview image. So I have some cool ideas for that. So I'll do that in a stream tomorrow. So for now, I think since we are very, very close to ready, let's just go to production and just deploy this real quick. I have a very, very crude build system, like deploy system. I just do it manually. No such content blog. Is blog not committed? Should be, right? Scripts, traits from public to 17, definitely this. Oh, I see, I see. I got it. I got this. This fits is not committed. Now we should be able to build this. While this is happening, if you run into the stream later, you need to install dependencies. If you run into the stream later, do give a like and follow the channel. I'll be doing more streams soon. What is this dependency of? Oh, I think this is from React scripts. We're installing a lot of dependencies that we actually don't need. Just because we wanted React scripts as ESLint config. I think I'll move the ESLint config out and just remove React scripts. For our stream, let's go. What? Oh, I think we didn't commit the package JSON. I'm just going to install it directly for now. I'll just commit it. Oh, come on. It's taking forever. It's mostly installing React scripts. The dependencies apart from that are pretty lightweight. Should work this time. Third time's the charm. Let's type checking. This is a pretty weak VPS, so type checking takes a long time. Maybe I should have a no check command, build no check, which doesn't run TSC. Perfect. Now we can see pw/blog. Oh, what? Do blog.html. Well, I guess that's because no, I've not committed the change in the menu because that's temporary. But either way, the router does work. Let's start TSS. The router does have blog. Oh, weird. Why doesn't that work? What do I do? Can try adding the menu item, but I don't think that will help. Why wouldn't this work though? There's a blog.html and it is supposed to build that. What? We wanted to try files and then index.html if 404. But it's not trying blog.html. That definitely goes to this. Oh, it's not pointing to the right directory. Okay, that should be simply fixable. That did work either. I guess you have to delete it first. It needs sudo, I think. It's the other way around. Oh, that's definitely pointing to the right directory. Oh, sorry. Oh, I got it. I got it. This should be dist. Yeah, now it should work. Okay, for some reason that doesn't work. But if you do blog.html, it will be loading because it's trying to fetch the blog. It's kind of working. It's kind of working. This is not where it's supposed to be anyway. The blog is going to be on mkrhere.com. So I'll get it fixed before the next thing. It is reflowing. Why is it reflowing? Oh, it does that on... Wait, what? So that thing doesn't actually help on mobile. But it's still fine on mobile. Yeah, like on actual mobile, it's fine. Oh, it's only... What was the actual problem? Oh, it's only the small desktop. That's only the issue. We can check that out next time. All right. So we'll stop this here for today. It's going to be 4 hours. 40 seconds to 4 hours. So that's a good time to stop. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again another time. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Bye. Not another time. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Bye. I'm stalling so that it reaches 4 hours exactly. Just 10 more seconds.